Hello. Let me get this up. Yes, kick is up. That's gotta do that. I also need to add Twitch. Space Age. Yeah. The animation. Multi-streaming, and it'll hit done. That means I can start up that. YouTube should already be in place. And away we go. And lastly, I have to figure out a way of getting this done nicer. Stream Elements. I know someone's going to suggest Stream Elements, but that is not supported under Linux. And I use Linux as my desktop, and I'm basically never touching Windows again, especially after Copilot and shit. So, yeah. Probably I should add that as a tag. As a permanent tag. For myself. Put my phone right there. There, it's charging. Yes, it is charging. Probably should. Oh, let me... There we go. Voila! So... believe... Yeah, that's getting that done. Right. And... away I go. I just can't wait till cars get added to the logistics network. Because I know that'll be nice. And... 1, 2, 3. There. Voila. That'll slowly build out, because I do have these being constructed over here. Where's here? They're over here somewhere. There they are. But there's a few things that have to get done first, like getting iron supply faster. Okay, I actually do need to add an entire bank of these guys. Oh, that sucks. That actually sucks now that I look at it. Ah. Brother, I am wildly disappointed with how my production is actually below what my consumption is. Oh man. I need that secure. I am going to build out this wall first. So that means taking that guy out. And thank you. That means hello, chat. Because all my chats are actually working now. Don't get run over, don't get run over, don't get run over. I mean, technically what I could do with this is... whoa. Ooh, always pucker a little bit whenever that happens. Technically what I could do with this is actually... because now I can remote drive tanks. Drive a tank over here and then just switch it, bring one back, and then keep going. But at the same time, that requires me to control the tanks manually because there is no manual control or automatic control for the tanks yet. And there we go. Go away. It's what's the button again? Nope. X is that one. And now I need to go, there we go. I keep forgetting which key it is. And come on. Just let my lasers deal with it. Right, now that I'm over here. And this is the part where I could go to this choke point, but the narrowest point is somewhere between these two areas because I'd rather not have to deal with that, so I have to be past that. And before someone asks, dealing with all of this would be nice, but it's also a much larger area to cover, and I don't 100% know what's over here, so cutting off here, actually, that's not bad. Makes the most sense. Where is it? You'd think I'd add another toolbar. And, oh, nope. If I go back. Okay. Let's, there. And let's see if I even wound up building. Wait. Let's go ahead and do that for now. And I will then figure out... Oh, it didn't do all of it. Alright, well, let's... So I don't have to double back. Let's go ahead. And where's my turrets? And I think that should work. Okay, that does work. And lastly, but certainly not the least, where is my Roboport? That's personal, that's nuclear reactor. Whoop, I'm in the wrong tab. There we go. Let's go ahead and add that guy. I'm just kind of eyeballing where the next placement is, which is... Nope, can't build the fog 4. And... let's just keep that going. Lots of placement, lots of starts and stops. Unfortunately, that's about how this is going to work out. What I could do is also load up this guy with all of the resources it needs. Then I'd also have to run power, which I actually should do anyway. And let's go ahead and deal with that at the appropriate time. And it's still not quite there yet. It will be, but that's a later me problem. It just starts with power. And it should be there. So if I go you, there, and there, the next radar goes right on side of this to cover that, just to make sure that there is overlap, because I want to make sure that I maintain large area coverage, and also figuring out, oh hey, cool, where is all of my shit? And it's also easier to spot on the map if there is a dead patch inside where there's supposed to be rails. Like, oh hey, this got attacked, I need to deal with that. Oh look, they're getting ready for a charge. Let us observe. Or are they not ready yet? I don't think they're ready yet. Well, they're very not happy about it, because they charge and also expand. So they do attack over here. Because you can always attack where they will attack, or defend where they attack, if you want to optimize for defenses. And oh, the ball sack. Forgot about the ball sack. And it's going to be a pain in my ass that I have to deal with this, because it's right in line. Well, I can get away with that. And well, that tells me all right. Come on. Sorry, I'm just kind of being quiet here. And just placing all of those. There was a way to move those after they were placed, and I don't remember how. I accidentally figured it out. For the time being, what I am going to do is figure this part out. And finger on the screen, just above that. That should do the trick. And come on, come on, come on. Because what I can also do is just disassemble all of these, move these over. Just bunny hop. All right. And there we go. Just slowly build that out. Voila. And of course I had to place it on exactly where the power connects between the two. Oh, what a freaking idiot I am. So the entrance exit's going to be on this side. I don't like that, but it is what it is. And it's going to be what, every... What was it, every 2? Yeah, that works for now. And it will be nice to actually deconstruct those defenses. I know I did say I'm going to leave most of the defenses up, but I am more so referring to major defenses. Like these larger walls will always be up. Just in case something fails hard. I doubt it, but just in case, I will have some fallback and some separation required. I like my redundancy. Plus, I have the belts that I can work around any sort of failure in the defense itself, which is the ideal situation. Well, almost ideal situation. All right, come on. Let's get you. I'm going to derive remotely. Avoid all of that. Just do some trimming. Am I actually... Oh wow, no, I am dead nuts across. Because I know I'm going to have to switch out what's going where. So I am actually going to send this guy down to the south. I just like that I can navigate this effectively without actually looking at the map. This is kind of funny. I don't even need the map. I can just go there. I just have to be careful with this. I don't break anything. What a time to be alive. And go and map. Stop driving. And oh look. We're out of turrets. Just like I thought we would be. There we go. And allow me to fill out all of that. And I really should include the tank. Oh yeah, tank supplies. There we go. And I think, yeah, that is exactly what I'm going to do. And just to allow me to keep going. And there we go. And of course, to make sure I can still extend it out, because that's effectively what I need to do. And because one, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. And right up. Let's cool. Lastly, but certainly not least, sure, let's make sure that guy has radar. Actually, you want to make sure it's in line. It's there. And allow me to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. There. Let's actually make sure I'm properly in frame now, that I'm sitting properly instead of slouching. Apologies for that. Let's mark that. I think I'm recording the correct format for this. There we go. Now, where did I leave you? Drive remotely. And come on, come on, come on. Because I now also have to figure out how the hell I'm gonna make sure that there is a way for my guys to actually utilize any sort of these resources. It's there. And how? Oh. Actually, yeah, I can. Because this is actually closer. And I know. I know. Cross, underneath, up, avoid. Just hold the space bar down. And I think I am going to use multiple tanks to do these constructions. Just stop driving, map. Because I need to have this guy back over at the main base. Whoop. And away we go. Come on. Just completely ensure that I can still have some degree of access to the outside resources. Come on, and let's see now. That I can live with. Yeah, I can live with that. And Lastly, but certainly not least, I need let's see. And it's gonna be you, that, what else? Just in case. Parapacks, they don't really need, sure, let's give them those. And we'll give them the remainder of the rails. Power infrastructure. Power infrastructure. Gates, sure, I'll give them the rest of those gates that I have on hand. What else? Oh yeah, rail signals. Sure, let's give them that, and let's give them that. Yeah. I think that covers it. That covers 90% of that. Which actually means I could unify all of that as one continuous area. I wonder what that would cost in terms of overall resources to just unify this entire area. Oh, that would be so massive. I don't like that. Now that I think about it, I actually really don't like it. All right, let me deal with that, because those threats don't exist anymore. So I can actually probably freely pre-plan all of this. But how am I loading that? That's the question that I have to leave myself with. Where is my tank? Oh, there it is. I can get away with unifying all of these guys. And I only have, what, 3? 3 to work with, so it's 1... It's going to be 1, 2... Oh, I can't do that. It'll be like 4. Because it connects up like this, unfortunately. That works. That might work. This middle one is going to be... And just for now. Wait, oh my gosh, that actually... Holy shit, that might actually work. Oh, hell yeah. That's actually awesome. Which means I can deconstruct those after parking this and switching out the tank I'm controlling. So I'm going to have to go to the other end of the base and deal with that. Alright, come on, come on, come on. And hook up. Lastly, there we go. Good enough for me. And just switch out my tanks. Who knew that would be effective? I don't have the personal roboports, like all of this under construction, like automation yet. Oh, actual panic for a second. Come on. Which means that there is something over here. They had to come from somewhere. Oh, you did. Oh boy, you actually did. And come on. And of course, lastly, and away we go. That's dealt with. Let's go ahead and deal with this guy up here, because I completely forgot about this. Did I forget, or did I just not do it? Alright, come on. Come on. Come on. You know how this is gonna end. Because they weren't ready. Classic. And of course, and voila. That means I can deconstruction that guy. And voila. Control. There we go. Just let them take it and remove it. Take it and replace it. Because those... Oh... I actually don't like how infuriatingly close that is. To working. Oh look, they are now one unified effort. Oh look, all of these turrets are now going to get placed and my primary wall is getting secured. Yeah. That takes care of that. I think that should complete the wall. I'll let it sort itself out for a hot minute and then do more clearing out. And this is the tedious part of Factorio to a degree, is how did you get... How? And I don't need a wall, I just need... And... yeah, that's very unusual. Also place down safely there. Cool, that should take care of that. That's a new spot. Well, I'm glad I noticed that. And... come on! And we are still... And... ooh, that was a good... that was some nice shot placement. As long as they don't stop moving, I'll be fine. Getting that secure is going to be a pain in my ass. Because I should connect up power this way, which I'm going to start now. Now that I think about it. And... That's unusual, but I'm glad it placed like that, all things considered. And come on. And they should, if my placement is correct. That would mean there's going to be one there. That also means my radar is... Oh, I missed one. Fuck. Alright. Alright. Without missing my radar or freaking hitting a pole. Do I even have solar panels on this thing? No, I don't. Huh. I thought I did. Hey, power. It is going to be from here to there. That's the pinch point because it is the narrowest position, so I will take advantage of it. Makes no sense not to. All right, let us and come on. And lastly, there we go. Just a tiny burst. It sounds like there's multiple, but I doubt it. Come on. And I have that to worry about, so... It is a very narrow pinch point, all things considered. And... that's... And... Come on. And let's... Okay. Let's bring this over. That should put... I am going to just pre-place something. And yeah, let's have it be in line here. It's the intersection of the wall, outer section of the wall, and turrets. Let's get the more turrets. Let's place down power. And okay. I am going to work backwards here just to make sure that I don't miss anything. In particular, wait, this all is covered by 1. That's wild. Gonna have 2 instead. And it's 1 over on that line, and then oop, where's your going to do that instead, plus a radar effectively at either end, and a radar there. Because the faster I can get all of that placed, the better. I know I'll have to build something to gather resources there. So a train line will be coming up from a different position, but power will follow that just to try and get some interconnection. Again, for that lovely redundancy. And lastly, come on, place that, the sooner you place this guy, the better. There we go. I'm going to put that right there. And that one's a narrower passage than I'd normally choose, but here we are. And mainly to try and be some protection. Gotta be completely honest there. Oh, shoot. Blueprint book. That goes there. Oh, here we go. And let's see now. What am I going to pull from here? Let's see. I'm going to put... Yeah, let's just stack all of those there. Construction bot, Construction bot. Yeah. Let's see now. Let's throw some... No, I need turrets, actually. They need turrets desperately. What else do they need? A roboport. Where is my roboport? Did I even give you? Oh, I did. Oh, there. Yeah, you're gonna have... a... Let's... Oh, look! Even more random stuff. Oh, wow, that's everything. Oh, radar. Forgot a radar. I forgot to include a radar. I am going to pull from this guy. Where's the radar? Oh. Should probably overkill. Probably overkill. I'm just clearing stuff out at the moment, so I don't have to worry too much about resources I have on hand, so I can just kind of dump them. This is also the part where I realize I've been doing things wrong. And you want to take advantage. Oh. And of course, there we go. Take that out. Is my next position. Shields add a little bit of health, but not a lot. Oh. I keep forgetting. And... Okay. I forgot to include repair kits for myself. There we go. Make sure I have at least half a stack of repair kits on hand. And... Come on. Lots of repairs. Lots and lots of repairs. Wait. Did I did actually miss. Alright. Alrighty. I'm not going to steal that or connect that over because I may be lazy, but I'm not stupid. I'm well aware. And... All right. Come on. Come on. Let's assault this guy, and then I can drive by. Eh. Okay, that's all that. So I will have to rely on... And that takes care of all of those. That's actually pleasant. Pleasant surprise. All things... Yeah, that's a pleasant surprise. So that's taken care of. Mostly. I don't like how close these are, but it's just permanently alert. It's just stressing out. When I have artillery, you will no longer need to be a problem. Well, you won't be a problem anymore. Not for me. Just pre-placing as many of those uprights as possible has been a pleasant endeavor. All right. There we go. Everything there can be placed. Which means I now also have to clear out... drive remotely. Let's bring this guy over here because it does have construction resources that I will need. Especially now. As long as the attack waves aren't too intense, my use of the laser turrets will be justified. I know some people are like, oh, you should be using ammo, it does more damage, and blah, blah, blah. Like, laser turrets are fine for now. Plus, I'm just using a shit ton of them. Let's stop driving that. Let's start driving this guy again. And go from there. And into that. I usually don't pull out any of my resources until I have to. Though I think I will for this particular barrier. And... because those ranged attacks are what will do the most amount of annoying damage. Huh. Okay. Moving on. Moving on indeed. Yeah. I have no viewers on there. I've got, let's see, I'm just checking my stats. Oh, I do have apparently a viewer, and it's the Stream Elements bot, which I don't know how to tie it into multiple streams without using their application, or even if I can install their plugin under Linux, which actually, if I can, and still be compatible with the ATM multi-stream, because if I have the hardware capability to do multiple streams at the same time, then that's how I'm doing it now. I'm not using Restream as a service, primarily because it just makes it so much easier. I don't have to set up an event. Come on. And it also means that if Restream goes down, I can still stream to multiple devices at a given moment. I'm the one that has the control, because I need to make sure I have that control. Oh yeah, I'm slowly sliding down now that I realize it. I need to get a better chair. Alright, come on. Filter through. This is the part where a lot of the NPCs become very difficult to handle. In the larger groups. So I've got to make sure I just swoop in. Take out all of these. Slowly bring them out. Just kite them. It is more tedious, but again, it's slow and steady wins the race. Come on. I am using the personal lasers mostly for the melee guys. Because those melee guys can be farmed. And away we go. So, that guy will have to be taken out no matter what I do. Same with this. So I'm going to punch through here, take that out. Then I'm going to have to whittle this guy, at least this edge, before I really continue. Anything kind of major here. Just making sure it's all nice and aligned. And it's just getting it aligned up. And this is the part where and okay, and this is actually really nice and easy. Like that. Is this the pleasantly surprised component of all of this? Because let's see. I actually, how many was it? Every until it's... Okay, that's the radar range for this. And... Wait, what's giving me extra radar range? You shouldn't be giving me this weird shape. What happened? What? I'm not going to question it. It'll be about here. Just gonna... There. And then... There. Because that will allow me to... at least get a start in terms of construction here. And drive remotely. Oh, but I accidentally picked up some wood. Want to make sure I actually get this all correct the first time, so I don't have to go back and do it again. And does mean that if I lose those pillars, that I will have no options for redundancy, because those pillars contain the pillar goes down, all the rails go down. And that's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. And I lose a lot of rails and whatever else is... Actually, that's a good question. What happens when a rail gets destroyed, an elevated rail gets destroyed with the train on it? Is it just gone? Like, what kind of destruction path occurs there? Now, I do enjoy the comedic idea of it just... the trains will just kind of falls, shitting some of the resources everywhere. Just visually, that would be comedic. And this is the one that's going to be doing all the construction of turrets. Because I am well aware how that goes. And it is... X... lasers... Let's actually start from this end. And... that's a nice and impressive in a and neat. In a good way, neat. And that... Whoop. Let me... get all of that built. I will have no option but to have There we go. Something to manufacture shit over here. Right, I need to make sure I have roboports going down. And okay. Now that that's dealt with, I need to... Shit. I mean, if I just go out, hook over, and camp here to let these guys deal with it, I can do that. I can safely do some clearing. Hey. Wow. I'm glad I did that, because that would be cancer to deal with. Come on. Come on. All right. Voila. And there we go. That uses my own personal inventory, but that is something I can live with, because I don't exactly have an option. And let's go ahead and remove that guy from my inventory. Oh boy. And it's going to be a careful placement. There we go. Okay. Let's get... Where is... Oh, I only have 48 of those. I need a lot of resources I don't have in this game. And... Okay. Let's build... Let's actually work at building things. Alright. And, let's see now. Let's open up that inventory again. Let us... And 2, 3. Let's... And 2, 3, because of how much area is being covered. Laser turret. Laser turret. How many laser... Oh, wow, I accidentally put... how many... Oh, yeah, let's put that there. Now, I can kind of more comfortably do this. And laser turret. 2, 3, 4. Is it just going to be constantly being fought here? Ah. And... Oof. That doesn't line up nicely. I don't care, though. And... All right, power infrastructure. And I am going to do that. To Do that, and basically stopped using the smaller power poles now that I think about it. Just constantly shooting. Its gather area is literally right here, so they never actually have the chance to fully gather. That's actually awesome. Time to do the same thing right here. Ooh. Actually, I need to build a gate somewhere. I'm going to build the gate over here. It makes sense to do that because of how out of the way this is. Let us... That should do the trick. And there we go. Just constantly attacking. It would be funny if doing this is the key to never having any of those bases grow. Just a pile of bodies. I feel mean. Like, this is too mean. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's funny, but I feel mean for doing this. All right, let's... There. And... And... For now. So that will make sure full construction can happen. And lastly, over here. Good enough for me. I think it'll be fine. I do want to have like a separate gate here, just line up this with the additional turrets. I don't... Shit. Shit. There we go. I forgot to put power down first. Uh... Hmm. Voila. And power. And uh uh it's probably overkill to have all of this, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And yeah, this does feel very mean. The eternal front, I'll call this. This is honestly, it's a bit of a letdown. The freaking dope name, and then it's just this. Oh yeah, no, they just come in. It's just constant trimming. I don't know how many bodies are here, but there's a lot. You lose track. It's a Tuesday. Now let's set this up properly this time. And okay, that will do that just nicely. And you know what? This is these two here are going to get removed, which means okay, that's just going to be a gate. No, actually. There we go. That has not been attacked yet. There is a space here. This is almost... Actually, this is completely covered. This is just the edge of the range, but that's between these. Just go out, cross, and back. I can now do a full loop. I like this. And what else? Gate. And lastly, that's unfortunately offset by 1, and there's nothing I can do about that because of this. There. That takes care of most of that. Lastly, So that guy's there, and then should be able to place one here. All right. All right. Does that mean I'm actually fully... Holy shit, that actually took less time than I thought it would. Oh. I'm sorry, that came onto me very quickly. That took a lot less time than I thought it would. So this guy is slowly going to fill up my iron deposits as it has. Oh, yeah, right. I haven't set a train limit, and I need to set a train limit to, let's say, 4. 2, 3, 4. Heading to drop. It should stop here. And... I don't like this. And I am going to set the train limit to 4. There's 10. There'll be 2 floaters. Should be 5 each, but shush. Because it depends on how many resources I get per tick. You know what this means? I can actually deconstruct. Oh, nope. Nope. There's my blueprint book. To delete the blueprint. Copy. Book. You. There. Now I can deconstruct all of that. Wait, that's too much issue, actually. That has to stay put, and so does that. I am going to reclaim that entire stop once that's done. Whoops. All right. Higher throughput to lower throughput. What a waste. Yeah, I really have expanded very far. That's a lot nicer than I thought it would be. These are still going to branch off of south. So I'm going to cut up, clear that out, prep that. Prep this guy for capture as west. Just keep that the same. So it is just going to tap off of here, loop around here, and then load back up. That's probably the more effective thing to do. Because, yeah, I might actually do the inverse of that, where I back around, and then, yeah, okay. Just slowly And keeping an eye on the turrets, because those turrets are valuable. And yeah. Let's just and that and I now can expand south with my construction plans. Just need to make sure I actually get rid of the things I need to get rid of. Let's see now. It is... How big can I get this? Okay. Let's just tap that back to the 2x2 grid. There we go. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that. And see. And I just have to make sure that there is an overlap. Let their construction begin. And with that, I think my factory's production is faster than it used to be. I'll take it. Is my factory now actually at full production capacity? What's my limiter in research? Purple. And where's purple science being produced? Here. And your limiter is advanced circuits. I need so many advanced circuits. What's... It's a 3-2. It's a 2-3 ratio. So for every 2 of these is 3 of that. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the part where I realized I should have actually done this as a belt of wire and a belt of the iron. That's what I should have done, and it's a bit late for me to change that now. Shit. You. And it's sure. I think I have no option but to make that adjustment. All right, here we go. All right, this adjustment has to stay put because of what's involved. Where am I? Oh, Jesus, that's where I am. What's my inventory? And all right, that should maximize my defenses. Just slowly trickling away. The only place that gets constant aggression is right here. That's a lot of oil. And then from there, assuming I have the ability to get to Fulgora, not Fulgora, but Volcanus, things are actually getting built now. Can actually have a split of the carbon. Do I want to do carbon or do I want to do... What power loop do I want? Because if I split off the carbon, that's less resources to making fuel in general. And if I split off most everything else here, there we go. Let's just maximize how much fuel exists for myself. And you are iron ore. Use filter. Iron ore. Use filter, that means you are the carbon. You are the carbon. Range of 18. Actually, how much? What's the laser turret range? 24. However, it doesn't. 22 to 20. And the basic, what I've been producing here is... 5 to 4. Honestly, lasers make more sense, which means I am doing a nuclear powered thing. I will start with steam on the first one just to experiment and see how it works. Afterwards, I may just look up designs and just use those blueprints because they've already built them. I'm not like... Some people are not going to be happy about it. Oh, you shouldn't just get... bro, this is how I'm playing the game. Kind of... I will experiment with those systems to the best of my ability, but don't be placing heavy bets because you're probably going to lose. And I'm going to start... how are you? Okay, you should be fine for me to just take away now, because everything has settled more or less. So what I can do is use both of these in tandem with one another. There we go. Just because I know it would bug the hell out of me if I didn't do that. And because it is just the oil that needs to get placed here, I can actually just drive the train remotely. North. Is there a south one? East, west. There is not a south one. Excuse me while I... Well... And... That is not planned, but I will take it. And I just go straight through. Wait, did I remember to do any of the... Holy shit, I completely forgot to do any of this. Oh, that I am... So it's every 2, so that means it's going to be... One, two, click, click. So it is 1, 2. Actually, it would be about there, but I will have that. It's going to be... And... 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. There we go. G. Ha! And stop driving. And now that I can finally actually drive my own freaking vehicle, it is going to be... Do we even have any of those? Okay, apparently not. And if I play my cards out right, rail network here. Oh my gosh, it actually fucking worked. It is so close. It is impressive. All right. I'm genuinely impressed with myself how close I got this. And let us... And I could actually go back an entire track layer, probably. And if I go... All right, and you are going to be... south. Elevated curved rail, okay. Like, I can just set them up like that. Oh, all right. Need fluid, crude oil, yes. SOU. Whoop, that is caps lock. SOUTH. Boop. Enable train limit of 1. Just by default. And now I can go ahead and add a station. South. Full cargo. Time passed. What else? Whoop. Full cargo, time passed. What else? 15 seconds of 60 seconds of time passed. $60 seconds. I'll put that to an or. Add await condition. It is inactivity. "15 seconds. There we go. I was in the train. I thought I was in this guy. What? Okay. Anyway. Drive that remotely. Stop driving. Okay. So... And that should do the trick for power. And okay. And I need to have... Stop driving. La. Where is Control C? Where am I? Not there. Oh, actually. Where is it? There we go. And let's just figure that out. V. Wait, what? Control Z. Construction planner. And, ooh, it does line up. And what happened? What? What's going on here? Like, why are you not working? Uh... I genuinely don't quite get it. Yeah, I can have that gap there and that. Like that. Okay. Do I actually need to have it straight the entire run? Because I shouldn't have to for the fluid trains, because the fluid trains themselves are... It's just fluids. Um... Ugh. And lastly, I'm going to... Yeah, that. And then it'll just circle back around, I guess. Okay. Let's try this again. Where's my pumps? I had pumps in my inventory. Oh, they're there. 2... 1, 2... Whoop. And... there we go. Jeez. All of that has to be actually infuriating. Right, and lastly, let's go with chain signal, because... F... And of course, we need a green wire there to there. Enable, disable, and the limit is something K. If that is... Greater than or equal to, I think it was what, 60? Whoops, 60,000. 1, 2, 3. There. What, I have to look up. I have to look up that limit again. 75K. It is greater than or equal to 75K, because that'll also factor travel time. And oh, I just realized the only other thing I need here is power for everything else. Yeah. That's actually kind of nice. What's my oil at? 7.8? I have all of this to protect me from constant... Wait, have they stopped now? They finally stopped. It took them so long. Oh, that... I actually thought that would just go on forever. Like this one, like, he's just constantly stressed out over his impending doom. But, like, yeah. Because I think what I do expand to take some of these areas, what I am going to do is I'm going to just have this entire region effectively be under that control, just expand it this way. But then I run the risk of all of these. All things considered, that doesn't need to exist anymore, so I can just go ahead and do this, get rid of that. That does need to exist. Did I put one down over here? Yes, I did. Okay. And... that's going to take a hot minute. Just slowly pulling this away. And... what else is getting fed there? Oh, yeah, right, because it's a freaking massive area. And that's going to be... yeah. It's going to be up, over, and then down, back down again for collecting that when I get there. This one's going to be the pain in the ass, ultimately. Yeah. Have to take those out. How's my everything else production? how are those? Oh, right, this. And voila. Hmm. Come on. Because once I get this working, I can actually do away with all of this, and I am going to move that to there. All right, it's Control X. Because this outer belt will become that, and then an underneath belt for that. I'll back this off one. Yeah, no, that'll work. Like this one's the easier one to deal with. You. And okay. And of course I have to preemptively place all of the relevant power poles. That carries over all of that nice pattern, unfortunately. And that carries over that. There. The symmetry is a good reference to make sure everything is actually powered to the same effect, and ensures a degree of consistency you normally would not be able to achieve. All right, so but what I will do is I will instead do that. Hee hee. And I am going going as long as yeah, as long as long arm inserters are a lot nicer to work with sometimes because of how much general extra room you've got to work with. And what I will do is this. Has the same effect. Literally the same effect. There we go. And of course, power. Because it'll slowly filter out. The downside is they have to figure out how to just produce so many more things. And oh boy. And I am going to put that there. And all right. Strictly speaking, what I can actually do is prioritize a given side with this. Oh, that's really close, actually. I don't even know how many total I have outside of this, so it's 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, they are even. It's just how they're distributed here is kind of sketch. I am producing more, so I'll take that as a win, but there's got to be a faster way to do this. I could... No, I can't do that. I don't have the room to do it. Because when I get to stack or bulk inserters, that's where things get interesting, actually. That can get removed. Right now my big limiter is figuring out how to do volume production of circuits. Because that is, as you can see, my current limiting factor. I don't know how to fix this. Outside of switch from the fast inserters, or switch back to fast inserters on the these guys, because that actually might be my limiting. What's actually limiting me, my production capability. Whoops. That's nice to know. And because the more production I have, more production, more problems. Like, this side here is fine because it's just the input. Actually, what is my capacity? 5. Okay. Electronic circuits, 1,000,000. And it's still not enough. Because that's just a single belt. Because if I was to make another factory for this, I'd have to figure out some way of piping that to here, to here. So, oh no, I'd actually have to pipe it over here. No. Maybe? Could underclip that and then split off and have multiple intersects for production. That might streamline it. Or I say screw it and have more speed modules on these guys, because that's the only thing I have being produced at the moment. Yeah, I could do that. Because I think... I am going to fix this to use long arm inserters, just because that is going to mentally make this a lot nicer to me. Because then I would be able to actually have a belt like this and have similar to how there's these modules being produced here. Actually, if I go ahead and add Speed module. Control. It was unloading the unnecessary things. That's interesting. It would be nice if you could mouse over and just like shift click to have things built faster. And instead of doing this manually. Because right now, my other limiting factor is production speed. And I think what I might do is just have something that is dedicated to producing higher and higher tier modules. Okay, now I'm getting a decent production. What is that? What is my production rate? Because it's nowhere near a full belt, a full blue belt, because I'm also getting overfill with this. What is production statistics? I am producing 67K. Circuits, or 1.1 science green circuits a minute. Whereas I'm consuming 1.1 thousand a minute. Okay. It's like 1.8, 1.9K, whereas this is I'm consuming more than I'm producing, and I don't like that. I should be producing more than I'm consuming. This should be bigger than this, always. Here is where it's evening out, which makes more sense. Green is my current iron ore production, which I have expanded. Finally, and also my steel production I've expanded. I think that might have solved some problems. Because as long as that production is just constantly going, I don't think I have to care. Yeah. I would have liked it if I was smart enough to figure out, oh, hey, cool, let's split the two belts to either side. It's unnecessary. This is fine. Because all of my production was just relying on existing backfill. Zoidberg, what are you doing? Okay. Because I want to make sure. Can the max length of 9, okay. I keep forgetting I have space to deal with as well. It would be nice if it's like, oh, hey, there is the materials there. We'll just load that all into one, as a miscellaneous instead of requiring a stack of resources to just send. Because it's also, I need to build all of this, start the refueling of this, and I'm hoping this is enough fuel storage as well. I'm going to add more storage just in case. Just in case, because I do want to get there at a relatively decent speed. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do any of this. It'll be my first ship, and I'm going to have no option but to store, or rather build things with it. That output has to, because it's a 9. That's... Oh, and I also have to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Oh no, I can get through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That does the ammo, and I need to split off from somewhere at some point to gain access. Okay, if I do that, I shrink the distance I need for fuel reserves. There we go. And next thing it's going to be is producing that to produce there's no need to produce anything other than that for now. And then it'll immediately split here. Okay. Now that I have Whoa. I forgot I had my my buddy on. I don't mind. Because I need to have both tanks in the main base. Eventually. And just cut across here, back up. And if I just slowly up. There we go. Hold up, let me ascertain this construction. Finish the ball sack. And away we go. There are ways of saying, oh, hey, this thing is a part of this logistic group. So when I get to this point, it's part of two logistics groups. So it gets to this point, it unloads. When it gets to a different point, that also unloads. And map. Where are you? There you are. Drive remotely. Let's make sure all of this is dealt with properly before I head back down here again. And then all three tanks are going to live back up there because I need to have all of them ready to go. And when I eventually figured out how to do resupply stations, one containing all of my tank supplies, tank base supplies, then the logistics network can take out. One can be a part of one group, one can be a part of another, where I'm just splitting each. You know what? I'm going to do it. Oh, that is so agitatingly close. And I hate it. I'm just out of range. I'll be very happy when I have artillery, because then I can just place it along the edge here and just let my artillery do all of the work. While I'm here, I may as well have some fun. Excuse me while I... And all I need to do... is just this. And just sweep out in the constant rotating direction. And You know what? I am gonna. I'm just gonna clear this out. Why not? I'm here. I have the resources. I have the indestructible providence that is my turrets. It'll take out. Oh, tier 3s have finally come out. And I have tier 3s to worry about now. And that is going to be a problem for me later. So that's 2 bases taken out. Huh. Thanks. I guess. I don't know what to do with this information. Did I actually properly build? I did. Very good. Just stay on this side for now. Because I do have a hole I plowed through. And I'm going to make that a little wider. And go up. And over. Straight across. Around. Ooh. Having access to the things I have access to now is great. Because I don't even need to care. I can just be like, oh, cool, I'm just going from point A to point B safely. And I can just use my tanks as remote construction platforms. Just effectively what they are, especially in the early game. Especially with where they move the Spidertrons. And I just like being able to have access to tanks because of how much punishment they can give out. And yeah. How do I scroll that when my mouse is over here? Because a scroll bar appears on that, and it's like, okay, how do I scroll through that at all? Oh, my limiter is now copper. Oh, that's some spicy information. What are my other science packs? Is copper my limiting factor now? So I guess it is time to build a copper mine. I'll build this one out. Let's see. I now have 4 oil deposits going. So I don't think I need more oil. And it is time for me to actually finally build out that voice crack right there. It's 1.7 million stone. This is what? A million? Ooh. And just slowly. There we go. Apparently, oh, that was... There's now actual ability to repair things. Because there are resources that exist now. Tier 3, a behemoth. 64 clicks an hour. Do I have any tier 1s? Okay, so I have one of each right here. So, 35.6, 32.4, 32.4. So these guys are a little faster. 51.8, 49.7, and that's 60. Jeez! 51.8, 49.7. These guys are a little slower, but then these guys are just freaking running. 90 physical damage, 15 physical damage, and then 30 physical. So it's like what? 15, 30, 90. Whereas biter, not the biters, the spitters is 28. Oh, an acid splash. That's the damage of the acid splash itself. So 24 direct. 36 direct. 60 direct. Okay, yeah, I absolutely need to... I have time, so it's not going to be a problem yet. Huh. I'd rather they go through this route when it's like, oh, hey, there's defenses over here. I will avoid being on the front of that. And... although I am specifically like removing and then replacing, so just realize that's probably... let's just say that. Does that appear anywhere? It appears over here. Doesn't appear anywhere that I can see. I still need to sort out getting kick as an overlay. Oh, look. That's good to know. There's no ability to build more. Okay, oh wait, no there is. How many turrets do I have? 42, okay. Oh, they're crawling along the wall. That's what's happening. They're going against that wall trying to get across, but they can't, so they're just smashing against it. Or are they going that? Okay. Interesting. Let us see your behavior. And let's figure out my production limitations right now and go from there. Excuse me while I try and build out radar over here. Build it down one here. And lastly, I will put and that guy gets built. And voila. The joys of more farming. All right. I can actually remove the fortress I've put around my coal deposit. It is completely safe from attack. Oh, look, that's where they go through. But they're going through on the inside of... Yeah, this is always what you want to make sure. They go into the cup, because that's more attacks. Not the peak, the cup. The trough. Right. And Let's go ahead and move you back up out of the way. And of course, 1, 2, 1. Whoops, I need to do this a little faster. 1, 2. To a perfect grid. Near perfect, at least. Whoop. Whoop. And okay. And it's going to be a think blank to blank. These two are going to meld into one. This is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 to 6. Here, because the yard is going to have to live over here somewhere. Blue belt balancer. There we go. And if I place you there, there we go. Whoop. There we go. That makes sure all of that is working properly. And you know what, actually? Yeah. That ensures all of that is working properly. There is probably a way to have all of this sort nicely. Like, I'm eventually going to be doing this. This is absolutely a yes. Paste. Let's go back and figure out where... No. Oh! That looks like... around... Like, I have the room. If I go 8... Oop. Oh, right, because the train stop can't be flipped. No matter what you do, you can't flip a train stop. Huh. That makes sense. What I am going to do instead is just copy this, except the train station. So it's going to be Control C. Well, yeah. H. Oh, that also flips the signals, doesn't it? Wait, did I capture a signal? I didn't, because I didn't put one in the middle. Very good, very good. Actually happy about that. That wasn't exactly an intentional decision, but I will take it. Because I can't go further out, because I just need... that. Yeah. V. There. And it comes down to get unloaded. So that means I can actually do something like this. Okay, actually, I like this. Click. And it is a chain signal to there. Checking to make sure it's clear. That guy, that guy. And can I? Oh my gosh, I absolutely can. Just casually loop backwards for no reason. I love and hate this so much. Just honestly kind of why I'm doing it. And oop. One, two, three, four. And oh, unfortunately, I have no idea what that means. Hello from Russia, I guess. I speak two languages, good English and bad English, even though I'm stuck in Canada. And that should connect that up quite solidly. Excuse me, let me get that started. I can't do that. My Russian doesn't exist. But I can't help you there, man. I'm sorry about that. Not everyone has the ability to pick up languages as easily as others. Come on, where are you? Where are you? What in the world are you doing? What? Okay. What? Oh, it's the signal here. That's what was happening. There we go. Now, That guy becomes a chain signal. And we'll put a chain signal there. Station. Well, I don't exactly intend to go to Russia at this point in time. I don't exactly, that's... I have multiple chats going, so... One guy on Twitch is asking me to speak in Russian. Another guy on Kick is asking me how many hours do I have in this game total. I can answer that one. Let me check. Store. Nope. I need to actually just Alt-Tab and select it in that one. There we go. 701 hours. Not as many as you'd expect. Yeah. I have a few hours. I have a few hours in this game. And where is my train? Copy that. Paste that. Drive remotely again. Allow that to build more. Drive that one remotely. As while one of them is building, this guy can get further down south to the other copper deposit, so I can get 2 of those deposits going at the same time. I'm using the... English is one of those languages. Don't worry about that. It's one of those you chip away at it. As for me and my lack of Russian, it really is just down to I wasn't raised in Russia. And my brain has a hard time dealing with Cyrillic. Just reading it in particular. I know like Korean is hilariously easy to read by design. It's actually one of the few written languages that was intentionally made. I have no idea what that means. Carrying cult conversations in different chats is going to be kind of wild. Wait, is one of the chat overlays working? Let's just a windowed projector. Let's see. What are you? Oh, hey, the Twitch one's working. Nice. What does it mean? That is always my concern with different languages, is being like, don't get me wrong, learning the slurs and the swears from different languages. That's like first port of call, isn't almost the first port of call. But it's a matter of, okay, don't do 24 or 26. Okay. YouTube chat is not active. I don't remember how to actually look at my analytics for that. Let me... Studio. Let's go live. Does it actually bring up what is currently live? Yes, I want to make sure that I have that. Because I need to make sure I am able to see general... Oh, look, people occasionally popping in. Focus on this. Let's drive that remotely. Yes, I just shot it. Just shot some trees. Only a matter of time before I have to... It'll be a good day when I can figure out how to merge all of the chats in one without using too much external software. Because it can be an outright pain in the ass to just do. And I'm going to use all of this guy's resources before I finish up there, so I'm going to... I just realized I haven't finished... Oh gosh, I haven't... placed... Alright, I'm going to stop driving that one. Bring... Stop driving that. Once I have this guy figured out, I'm going to change the name to... Where's my resources? That guy that goes there, and it's going to be west because it's right beside the other. The only other coal drop at this point in time. Enable a trim limit of 1. That should avoid any stacking on this line here. And yeah. That's kind of freaky. Come on. And of course, you go there to there. Enable disable if that is greater than or equal to, what is my limit? What did I set it to? 12K. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Number pad. Priest. Okay. So the other chat's saying it's the guy on Kick is saying it's priest. Good to know. Thank you. It's kind of weird having multiple chats. It's like, okay, how do I get these conversations to just kind of appear nicely? I know Kick is going to be a bit of an issue when on Twitch because Kick is actually capitalizing on Section 230 protections like it's nobody's business, which is kind of wild to me that YouTube and Twitch have not done that in other platforms. Just, oh, advertisers. Now, I understand the context that it is very difficult to monetize video streaming content because it is file transfers in particular is the most abusive thing you can do to a network because of how the protocol FTP works and frankly has to work. This is some weird back-end stuff. But in this case, it's most video streams, I believe, are UDP. That's what I want to say, but I'm not 100%. Because UDP is a send the packet and don't think about it, whereas TCP is a we agree to send and receive packets. Little distinction, major implication. Oh, I forgot to put a signal in the right place. And there. Just want to sanity check that. And where else? And there we go. And stop driving that one. What else? Now, of course, yeah. Now, of course, the guy on Kick could actually be also lying to me. I don't know. I haven't looked it up myself personally. It's a non-zero chance both of them are in on the joke. Just realized that now. But I need to focus because Zoidberg over here still hasn't launched yet, and I need lots of copper. I forget. That's... What are you doing? Okay. Well, that's not nice. So I'm going to drive this guy remotely over there instead. Let's get that fleshed out. Because they're just slapping against the wall and then trying to crawl around it. That accidentally looks exactly what you think it is, and I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to... There's iron ore and some raw stone. I will let you do with that information what you will. Actually, I should probably do the same thing over here to maximize both sides of the belts. Anyway, let's go ahead and add turrets. They're sliding against here and crawling down. So if I just do this, should... Okay, it's just the corner here is a bit touchy. That should mitigate that effect. And let's just pivot around. And back to dealing with copper, which if I planned out correctly, I can just place it and then it will just seamlessly go back onto that side. So it pops off. Okay, if I was smart, what I would have done is have all of this entire area be under one logistics network. There, that'll allow me to repair that. So all of this is under the one logistics network. And all of this just pops down and all reattaches back here. While this line just cuts through, which would save these turns. I might fix that and set up to do that. But I also might not. I know that jank, but it works. Okay. Control C. There, rotate that. I can't flip it because it has a station attached to it, and I don't care to. I'll drop down. I have my mouse. I'm using my hand like someone's like right here. I don't really eat watermelon, I'm going to be honest. Like, watermelon candies are great, but watermelon as a fruit, I mean, it's in the name, it tastes watery, but like there isn't a lot of flavor to it. That's just me, though. I unfortunately don't know the answer to that question. Let's see now. Where in the world? That should do the trick, because then it's up and across in a 90. And I press G. It's agitatingly close. If I go Control Z, V, rotate. I'm going to go down 2 to give me some room to place it. And then from there, Q goes there. I just placed it at the same height, didn't I? I just did exactly the same thing I undid. Alright, so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. There we go. That is how you do that. Alright, and a deconstruction planner. Paste. Rotate. Oop. Rotate. There we go. Because the advantage with these is I can actually come down at an angle. I can basically pop down straight here, rotate up, without ever having to worry about cutting these off. So as an example, actually as a perfect example, I'm basically doing this again. I have access to an entire station area, but I also don't interfere except when getting on or off of the freeway. Which also means I could get away with having higher throughputs. At least at a technical level. Now the downside I've found... Okay, that's the block there. I can live with that. A downside I have found is that there we go. They don't like having the signals being placed on the upper section on the far side. On this side I can pre-place them without issue, but you don't like that. And I should theoretically be able to do that. That goes there. To make sure all of that's clear. That guy can go there. Then I will leave this block clear. I'll just treat this as one extended block because it isn't like the optimal way to do it, but it will make sure that the entire area just gets cleared, so nothing just camps here, half on, half off. Let's see, where else do I need? I'm not trying to ignore you guys, I don't know what to say. I do have 2 viewers on YouTube. To hello, whoever you are. I do want to start streaming at earlier. Just to, like, really for my own habits, and also trying to get up earlier because most of the time I've been sleeping up late. I shouldn't be, but here I am. And that's that taken care of. It will go up, over, and back. That makes the most sense. So now I've got to figure out what is my placement. Actually, I need to figure out what my power is for this as well, which I never did. Let's figure that out now. And that is why I like. It is not as dense a placement as some other configurations that I've seen for the for mining. However, it does, as you can see, allow for a nice even coverage no matter what I do if I try and reconfigure this. Plus maintenance paths for me to go in there, especially if it's on a really big patch like this guy over here. Or even this one here actually is a better example, where if I have to do maintenance inside there, it's just easier to get access to. Downside is the tanks are too wide, but they are exactly 2 tiles wide. So unless I get it perfectly in the middle, I'm not getting the tank in there. All right, let's get more of these down. Where are they? I am blind. I'm in the wrong tab. So let us. There we go. 1, 2. That goes across. 1, 2. Over 1. 1, 2. And that takes care of that. It's going to be 4-6 split. I could combine this with another input, but I am not going to. I'm just going to keep it as a nice 4-6 split. And that means I need the balancer book. Oh, look, that was... Okay. Yeah, okay. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 there. That should do it. Of course, I managed to get too far over. There we go. And that takes care of all of that. And let's get this up. Voila. My shittiest Russian accent. I am better at random knowledge than I am voices and probably entertainment. So, I mean, I'm playing this. I don't know how else to tell you. That guy can go away, but I will replace it with that guy just to get that all into a single grid. Once that's built up, whoop, edit that name to be SOUTA TH South. Okay, yep, and away we go. Let's get that construction going. because I don't want to have to deal with the trees in the inventories later. Ah. Alright. And I think I actually need to have larger inventories on hand of my respective resource placement stuff. Like, I have a lot of general munitions on hand, but I don't need as many munitions as I have. Stop driving that remotely. Where am I? This guy, gonna drive you. Oops. Just drive this right south. Thread that needle. Missed that entirely. There's no train that goes there right now, so I don't have to worry about any of that for too long. And here's hoping. Oh, hey, I can actually get into that intersection with the tank. Barely, but I can. That's always that's the bigger concern to me right now. That guy right there doesn't need to exist. And as I circle back around, just want to make sure I get into that intersection. I mainly have this selected so I can see this green square, so I can know my placement in advance. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to actually get access to that. Why are you... Yeah, I won't be able to get access to that. I will have no option but to remove some stuff and then go back and place it. So I will do just that. Just drive in here, let it place, and then drive right back out. So normally, the vehicles you have will be affected by the bells. However, thanks to that immunity equipment, I don't have that problem anymore. Wait, do I not have... Oh no, I'm out of them. Okay, cool. I'll just take this guy. And oh look. And... it's probably overkill to have any other of those drills where I place them. And park it. Oop, there we go. And then afterwards, I then need to... I just realized I removed something I needed. Alright. It's what, 12K? Cool. I have a notification now, apparently. Let's see. That's fine. And lastly... there we go. Voila. We shall have all kinds of stuff ready to go. This guy is going to have to park back over here to get reloaded with various resources. Actually, wait, I can use a buffer chest and assign it to a logistics group. You know what I am? Tank supplies. Go! It's now going to be filtered all into there, which will mean it'll take less time. Yeah. Multi-stream probably will drive me insane, but once I can get all the chats, like, even on the stream as well, in a way that everyone can see them, then I'll take it. It's just getting to that point and just slowly building up over time and figure out, okay, where do I sit in the entertainment space, because this is still technically entertainment. And that guy does not need to exist in that current form. I've been streaming on Twitch for a while. It's just that no one noticed. The joys of starting and letting the algorithm see what happens next. So there are some older VoDs on my VOD channel, which should be linked somewhere. I don't remember if it's on the Kick side. I have to double check to make sure that's the case. Which those VODs are mostly for archival purposes. They are a higher resolution because I'm playing at 1440 but streaming at 1080. Partially for bitrate, but also too because, well, YouTube is the one that I'm also streaming to, but it does not support... Sorry, YouTube is the only one that supports a 1440p stream ingest. The others do not. And Twitch is slowly doing their rollout of 1440. Which, that takes time because it's infrastructure, also the AV1 support, which I don't have yet anyway. I have in the past, but I would have to know the people involved personally to see, okay, can I even play this game with these people? So for the most part, I don't, because again, it's not a game for everyone. If it clicks with you, awesome. Then there's also the, do we click together? That's the other key. Because sometimes you can be good friends with someone. You just don't talk about politics to each other. Or you just don't work together very well, if at all. And that's just one of those maturity and relationship dynamics things that comes up every now and again. Well, that was... There we go. That's just one of those things. Let's see now. This is like also a much later section of the game. Not late game, but it is later. And I still have other planets to figure out. Like, I've got this guy ready to go. There's this thing that's just... It's just doing resources. It's doing science. And right now my limiter is production science. In terms of what my actual production limitation is. Which... I finally had a shipment of this resource. Whoop. Nope. Let's Control C. And let's copy 2 junctions just to make sure that there is an overlap. Place you down just to make sure there's maximal capability. It's also like the type A, type B is that some people just don't gel well together in certain circumstances. I could just vibe with whoever 90% of the time, but I also know, hey, this is a bit more of a task-focused game in a way, where these are tasks of your creation. I know it's probably the wrong way to do this type of balancer, but I don't care. Don't want to see just 2 items randomly sitting there forever. And it only matters when it's yeah, it balances out. And I need to drive that remotely. Let's get that guy away. Yeah. Like a lower skill, like a high skill player, if they're really good, they can adjust their skill level to the lower skill to make it enjoyable for those other people. Because at that point, you're relaxing. It's about having fun with your friends, regardless of skill level. But also, too, for some games, like Helldivers 2 is actually a really good example of this. The higher skill players being with the lower skill players, it works. Because the lower skill players tend to play more conservatively, and they wind up fulfilling a support role, which in actual squad dynamics is important. Support roles are good and healthy to have. Whereas you have a bunch of veteran players, it's now very dependent on your play styles working together. Like, I have done some higher difficulty missions that I was not skill-wise prepped for, so I was like, oh, I've got a supply backpack, cool, I will just be a mobile supply pod for everyone. And it was very helpful to the entire squad. But of course, it's also being able to figure out those kinds of things. Like, okay, my skill set's here, but I can do this instead. And there's always the inverse of where you are the expert or the better player at that game or in that situation, and letting other people have that spotlight or have that moment. Too many people I know, like, it's very toxic in the streaming side of things, unfortunately, where people will just cut you down for no reason. This whole tall poppy syndrome thing, which I have been a victim of for a decent portion of my life. I don't like it. I really don't like it when other people do it. Rising tide lifts all ships. Let that tide rise of its own accord. Because you will all be better off for it. Let's see now. Actually, I could do this now. Let's just fill that in. It's slowly been filling in. All of the tiles, which just makes it so I can move on the ground faster. So yeah, here's that production chain. If you know what you're looking at, awesome. Oh, I need to have more charging stations places. Or I need to have faster bots. One of the two. Well, it's what... If they are making fun of themselves, I would consider it okay. Because they're inviting the humor, because they're recognizing their own deficiency, and they're laughing at it. And you laugh with them at it. And it's okay. Because it's also one of those things where you take the approach of, hey, we've all been there. Don't worry about it. It's a part of the learning process. Failure is a much better teacher than success ever will be, which is very annoying. But welcome to humanity. And also, too, it's just sometimes there are some mistakes that are obvious and, bro. Yes. That famous Thomas Edison quote, which I think is kind of apocryphal in the sense of it's not real. But it's a good quote. Nobody cares. Oh yeah, right, I need to clear out that. Remote removal of items would be something I'd love to have in this game. Just like, oh cool, I need to clear out this half of a belt without actually physically going over there. That would be a nice feature. Because right now my limiter is steel copper. I went from an iron deficiency to a copper deficiency. I could have actually had a couple of these guys directly feed into my steel production, but I figured, no. Just peel it directly off of all four just to balance it out. And you are dealing with just north. Oh, I have a wait station, and I realize now I really should have done something similar to this. Oh, shit. I mean, I have the space to do it. I also don't like that what I've done here. But I'm going to fix this remotely so they all line up here, so this section here is cleared. And let's just cut that off. Cut that off. It isn't a problem for me right now, but it will be later, so I'm going to do that now. I am expanding my factory remotely. The fun part is ascertaining where my limit is. Oh wow, that's actually really convenient. It's there. Right, I can't put anything underneath those because of the fact that the area above them is occupied airspace. That was a deliberate design decision from the part of the devs, and I appreciate it, but I also hate it. There. Excuse me while I just do this to have access to more. There we go. Because I'd ideally want this clear. If I put this as a normal block. That's clear. I'm actually going to just have these be separate blocks. That'll be a chain signal there just to separate the two layers. Oh. Eventually that'll be gone. That doesn't need to exist anymore. That also doesn't need to exist anymore. Dang. Getting that coal deposit going will be a pain in the butt. I think I might just have it go and be used directly for power. That way if grid failures happen somehow I have my ass covered. And this one here is still going to be considered north. I'm mostly saying that so that I remember, and there's some record of that, because I will probably forget. Oh yeah, then there's that deposit to deal with. And same with that one. Those two there, and then back. Yeah, I can deal with that. And And this guy will also be a part of that. And that means these two sections here now share a power connection. Between, like, there's something bridging these two sections. I'm so glad power balancing between the different parts of the grid is not as complicated as, like, it just works, versus in the real world where it is a complicated set of processes to balance different sections of the grid, which is why they don't have, like, it spiders out like a web, why there's just a region behind all of it and whatnot. It's hard to explain. Over here would be a better, like, a lot of power grids don't really look like this, where if I take out this pole, like, if I just do that, all of this other infrastructure has power. I just realized I don't even need that. Except, you know, this roboport there, which I should put back. How these infrastructure systems actually wind up working is that, or did I actually need that to have view here? I also realize now that I really should have just pulled all of this up and shipped the raw resources over here. Still leave these being built here, but just the raw resources outside of this because of where all my oil production is. I'm going to turn off that. Oh gosh, let me turn off that. There we go. You know what? There we go. Let's see. There we go. There's my mess of a grid. Anyway. Most grids work in, like, general regions, so if I take out this guy here, and this guy here, just stop working. They can have multiple inputs across because of how electrical power and whatnot works. It's just having all of these components work together is a pain in the ass. Because it's not just syncing up phases with the grid, but it's also if you're trying to bridge two adjacent sections of the grid together. Yeah, that's complicated because that's not, it won't automatically balance between the two because of how it all works. I'm explaining this poorly because I know enough to know that there will be problems, but not enough to explain it properly. If somehow this gets back to our science gangster, Chris Bode, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but you know who you are. Feel free to do a video on that explaining it, because, as mentioned, it is a complicated process. I'm stumbling over my words. I've been doing this for like 4 hours. I should probably call it quits here. That's protected. That allows any U-turns as needed. I need to do the same thing over here as well, just in case U-turns need to happen. Literally for the same reason. Actually, now that I have that, I theoretically should be able to do the following. Does it line up directly onto? No, it does not. Really? You're gonna be like that? Okay. Well, at least it lines up somewhat. But yeah, because it's connecting, it has to do with how the substations work. The joys of multi-phase power and lethal high voltage. I say joys, but, like, not really. Whoop. Control Z. And Control Z. Because that will balance out inevitably. Actually, wait. Let's that filter out because it's a what, 2 to 6? Deconstruction. And let's just, there we go. It's all splitting evenly between the two inputs. That's why I don't have to have one of these over here. Oh. And you know what I'm actually going to do? And then I'm going to do that. And there we go. Because there's not really a reason to have any faster belts right now because its production is still well below anything that makes sense. Wait, why did I do this? What did I do? Why did I do that? What? Like, that makes sense, but I never noticed that until now. Okay. Let's... So I'm here. Tanks are there. And that is... It should be a 1 to 6. Let's check my balancer book. And... 1 to 5. Wait, what? That's a 1 to 6? I mean, it takes up the same volume, but... How? Okay. And I need to place down, before I forget, what I'm going to do is going to drive this guy remotely. Place the relevant construction bots. Well, I'm going to let that work the way I've placed it, because theoretically it should be fine. Let's see. Belt balancer. Book is 6. It technically works. Okay, I'm not... Okay. Okay. It's, I am mildly confused. About that whole situation. So, I'm going to drive that remotely again. Go here. Oh, I have copper in my inventory now. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, that actually does make sense. And I hate that it does make sense now. So I'm going to also do likewise. Just place all of these preemptively. And place you. That should work. Okay, I do need to have a guy go there and place now I have to figure out how do I cross place things. I think that should do the trick. Oh yeah, that covers the entire station. That's fine. And then it's that. Can I shift? I can't. To do inventory management, I have to do that on site. I don't like that. You have the logistic spots. Oh, hey, there's no logistic spots in the area? You're placing things down? Oh, okay. Let me use that inventory you already have. Excuse me while I be peak lazy. Because what I was going to do is also place trains down. But I can't do that yet. Now that I know to place an inventory down, I have to do that with the freaking player character present. Actually annoying. So excuse me while I do this. Place that down. Like, this one's probably going to stay put just so I have access to the vision. And all right. Whoops, I need to go ahead and that guy plus that guy. I should do the trick for everything. Yeah, it does, because I don't need to have anything except removal, so... And... yeah, that takes care of that. Now, train. Wait, do I have a train that's going there? I just realized I don't. Trains with this stop. 1. Go there anyway. I really wish... You know what? I'm going to do the same thing to this belt here. Reload, reload. Belt balancer. I need the red balancer. I need a 2 to... 2 to 6, because that's what I have in my inventory. And... there we go. That's a much more consistent output, now that I think about it. Because I can technically underload the balancer and it'll be fine. It's just more resource efficient not to. Like this mess is more so that, again, no items get left behind. At some point that'll be filled. Alongside this guy. But that's a later problem for my factory to take over automatically. Huh. I didn't know those were there. Oh, I can actually tell it to pull items out of inventories. That's nice. It's just the mess. The absolute mess. It would be nice if I could tell these to have priority over new built materials. That would be very nice. So this guy... there we go. I fixed it. That chain signal causes the block to see, oh, hey, are these spaces filled? Which means it should go into any of these. Because that's all chain signals to here, you're good. Actually, what I will do... No, this makes sense to have this as a chain signal. Now this would read if this block is clear, not if the block ahead is clear. So it actually does make sense to have that switched out. Because if this block is clear, it should still work. Should keep all of that available. Because I do not want to have 4 unload points and then the mess that is balancing all of that. Oh, good God. I really don't want to have to do that because I know that's not in the book. That's not in these books. At all. Like, what's the highest here? Oh, 8 by 8. That is the highest balance level I have. I know you can actually get more done. But I know I consider these mentally 1 input, which I probably should reduce them to 1, and then each of that 1 becomes into this. Same on this side. Just to maintain that each of these chests gets emptied at the same time. So that there is a faster turnaround for deliveries. I have the space to do it, I just don't want to have to do it. I really don't. I don't like thinking about this. You know what? I am actually got 4 and a bit hours. Going to call it there. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Get this done. Finish this. And then get the loops started for it. And, yeah. Thank you all for what. Wait, let me save this. Not lose all that progress. And thank you all for watching, and have a wonderful rest of your day.